tension is palpable and you can understand why. Two high-level sides about to face each other, and it's anyone's guess how this is going to end up. In recent years, it has become known simply as Der Klassiker. The two foremost clubs in Germany, Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich. And today they meet in front of the famous Gelbe Wand, the yellow wall. I'm Derek Ray. Stuart Robson is with me for commentary. Stuart, this is always a fabulous occasion to broadcast.
Well, Derek, there's no better place to be than this stadium when Bayern come to town. So this should be a great match today. Let's hope we're not disappointed.
Here's the starting 11 for Borussia Dortmund.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1, but they can't allow their centre-forward to become too isolated. And that will be determined by the two players in behind him. They have to affect the game and be the key players here.
Well, here is the Bayern side. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. And Harry Kane might do damage. And a goal! Just what the fans wanted to see. The ideal way to begin. Felix Metscher. Rami Bensebaini. And Bayern doing well to win it back. Rierson. Felix Metscher. Bensebaini. Waldemar Anton. Pascal Gross. Throw in here for Borussia Dortmund. Well, this could really help the cause. Nicely timed tackle. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Lovely ball over the top. Girassi. Perfect challenge. Musiala. And a tidy challenge. Well, the play just breaking down a bit here. And playing it through. He just needs to keep a cool head. Well, a strong hand on the ball. Sané. Well, the ball back with Dortmund now.
Well, just listen to the noise the Dortmund fans are making here.
Oh, Stuart, they might be onto something. And just like that, it's gone in. Borussia Dortmund suddenly are level. Kim Min-jae. Gelben have it back now. Promising pass. Michael Olise. And Bayern moving the ball with purpose. To take this on. He's gone and found the net. Brilliant piece of finishing. Magnificent goal. Svensson. Emre Can now. Bensebaini. Felix Metscher. He's given us away. Bensebaini. And a goal kick given. Pascal Gross. They've chosen to go through Harry Kane. Options around him. On to Gross. An effective challenge. And teammates around him. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Bensebaini. And quick thinking defensively. Guerreiro. Let's see about the cross. It's got acres of space. Opportunity. Oh, that is extraordinary. True athleticism to make contact in that fashion. And it's one of the finest goals you're ever likely to see. Simply stunning. Pascal Gross. Bensebaini. Brandt. Regained possession. Brandt with it. Mecha. And Kimmich couldn't keep it. Sané. And passing it well. And support available. Well, it came to nothing in the end. And with that, the sound of the half-time. So the second half is underway, and I must say it was sparkling stuff from Bayern in the first 45. The keeper had the measure of that one. Konrad Leimer. Good visualisation and execution. Early ball in. Deserves credit for winning the ball back. Adeyemi. Excellent vision. Assessment of the situation at the back. Would have been a foul, but instead advantage Bayern. Oh, good skill, and he's managed to beat his man. Guerreiro. And you've got to say, not the best of volleys that time.
Yeah, it was certainly there to hit, but he just couldn't make the right contact. It was well wide in the end.
Intercepting it. Well, play stopped. It is a free kick. No worries for the goalkeeper. And there to intervene. Svensson. And it's a quality pass. And there the move ends for now. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Can they use their pace? And sent in by Sané. Shooting chance. Leroy Sané.
Well, as you can see, Bayern have had much less of the ball, but their counter-attacking has been really good, particularly in the wide areas. It's been an excellent performance from them so far.
And having to soak up a bit of pressure again here. The verdict is offside here. Pascal Gross. Adeyemi. Promising looking ball. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Well, the counter chance looks very real. Sané. Can they keep it going? It's looking promising. But no damage done, that's the main thing. It is going to be a Dortmund free kick. And a textbook interception. Oh, the threat is there. Good tackle. Good use of advantage by the referee in Bayern's favour. And he has options available. Good idea. Is it going to be? Well, that's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Superb effort to keep it in. Perhaps they can counter from here. He's in with a chance. He'll be disappointed if he didn't take that one cleanly. Top-class defending. Narrowly on the volley.
Well, it's a fantastic effort. Difficult technique, but he caught it so well. He's unfortunate.
10 minutes to go then. Girassi. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Well, in the closing phase. And could it be, Stuart, Dortmund have left themselves with too much to do?
Well, they've had no defensive game plan today. The forwards haven't pressed the ball. The midfield players have been outnumbered, and there is too much space between the defenders at the back. That's been the problem.
Emre Can. And back with Gross. And no way to sugarcoat that one, Stuart.
Well, sometimes it's worth having a shot from distance, but he never really set himself to hit that cleanly.
Nice looking pass. Nicely timed tackle. Felix Medja. Bayern sloppy in possession here. Quick thinking defensively. And teammates around him. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. And there it is, officially the end of the game. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. And welcome to one of the most football-crazy cities anywhere in Europe. We're in Dortmund, famed, of course, for the famous Yellow Wall. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfield player, Stuart. Good evening, everyone. We're at the home of the Schwarz-Gelben, as they're known here in Germany, Borussia Dortmund, and what a venue this is. I'm Derek Ray, and delighted to have Stuart Robson sharing commentary duties with me. And the focus is on the Bundesliga. Live action coming up. It is Borussia Dortmund up against Stuttgart.
Well, thanks, Derek, as always. The scene is set, two good teams, a great playing surface, and a vibrant atmosphere. It has all the ingredients for a really exciting game.
And here's the 11 for Borussia Dortmund.
Well, it looks like they're going to play in a 3-4-3 formation, but without wing-backs. So although they might have an overload in midfield, they will be vulnerable to any switch.
Oh, hang on, Stuart, look at this! And defending as a unit. Nick Woltemade. Undav. Chris Fury. Dennis Undav. Well, how close was that? Inches away. Rami Ben-Sebaini. Brandt. A super tackle, and they've won possession. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Well, play getting a bit bogged down in midfield. But he really is danger personified. But in this game, Stuart, what do you think we might see from him?
Well, he's such a composed finisher, and he's got the technique to match. He's a top-class striker.
Leveling. Oh, good vision. Real defensive Brazilians. But it stopped a promising attack in its tracks. And you wouldn't be surprised if there's a card coming out here. Can. Mecha. Rami Ben-Sebaini. Valdemar Anton. Felix Mecha. Emre Can now. Karim Adeyemi. Valdemar Anton. Leveling. Well, not the pass he had in mind. Brandt. It's a good Dortmund move in the making. Well, you've got to savour such moments. I think I spoke too soon. Good recovery to win it back. And he couldn't quite get himself back on side, Stuart.
Well, as a player, you need to be able to change your mind. But he wasn't able to, and that's a poor pass.
Well, possibilities in the centre. That's a good-looking pass. Textbook defending inside the box. Can. Rami Ben-Sebaini. A bit wasteful from Stuttgart. And continues his run. But really sticking to their task defensively. Girassi. He just needs to stay level-headed now. And that's it! A goal for Borussia Dortmund to square things here. Stiller. Atakan Karasor. Deniz Undar. Moving into the advanced position. Wagnerman. Perfectly positioned to take it away. And a good-looking ball. And that was a very fine read. Atakan Karasor. Well, it's all about passing as they try to hit the front. Well, trying to take their time, but not enough care on the ball. It looks promising. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Sound piece of goalkeeping. Well, this is not ideal for him. He was booked earlier. No match for a well-organised wall. And that is good. The second half restart here at the home of Borussia Dortmund. Stiller. Karasor. Fury. An attack full of promise. Great vision to switch the play. Now what can they do from here? Nick Woltemade. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Felix Metscher. Good use of advantage. That's a good-looking ball. A very timely interception. Svensson. He's given us away. This man will get most of the plaudits for his contribution up to this point, Stuart.
Yeah, he played well, I thought. When he had the ball, he made the right decisions, and he certainly affected the game.
Rami Ben-Sebaini. Just the challenge that was required. Now, options are plenty. Tremendously strong in the tackle. And we're into the final half hour. And a struggle for Stuttgart to keep the ball here. Well, we can see what they're attempting, but it's just not coming off. Wagnerman. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. And just losing control of the ball, and it will be a throw-in. And that's aggravating for a manager, giving it away like that. Dennis Undav. Leveling. Undav. Winning back possession. Excellent use of the ball as they make their way forward. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. And now Kobel here. Rierson. On to Gross. Emre Can. Here's Gross. Mecha. A quarter of an hour remaining here. Emre Can. Felix Mecha. Emre Can now. Valdemar Anton.
Well, I think the fans are doing everything they can to get their team back into this. But can they find that moment of inspiration and get an equaliser?
Oh, surely! A smart stop here. Time is not on the side. This corner could help the prospects as they look for an equaliser. Closing down well. Well read to put an end to that attack. Might be a chance to break. Looked like an effective counter-attack, but brilliantly read. This could square the game. But no, thanks to the goalkeeper. Opportunity not taken.
Well, you're absolutely right, Derek. The keeper's done really well there, but really that should have been the equaliser, and there's not long left now.
And the ball back with Stuttgart. Leveling.
As you can see, Dortmund have controlled the possession in the last 15 minutes, and they've used it pretty well. But they must make one of these chances count if they are to get this late equaliser.
Yes, who knows? Maybe another opportunity in the works for them. And blocked for now. And that's going to be the goalkeeper's ball. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Adeyemi. And so the referee blows for full time, and it goes. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. And welcome to one of the most football-crazy cities anywhere in Europe. We're in Dortmund, famed, of course, for the famous Yellow Wall. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner, as always, is Stuart Robson. I'm very much looking forward to bringing you live action from... Hello and welcome to the Signal Iduna Park. I'm Derek Ray, and I'm joined here on the gantry for commentary by Stuart Robson. And we have live action from the Bundesliga coming right up. It is Borussia Dortmund facing Bayer Leverkusen.
Well, as always, I'm looking forward to this because both teams have strong aspects to their game. Both managers like to play attacking football, and we've got some good matchups all over the pitch.
And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. And introducing the Borussia Dortmund side.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1 with two players behind the centre forward, but they need to link up as much as possible. They're going to be key to the way this system works. Otherwise, the centre forward could become isolated.
Well, a nearly moment, just over the top. And so the Bayer Leverkusen team looks like this. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front. Grimaldo. And given away by Leverkusen. Schick. Possession ceded by Leverkusen. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. He has teammates around him. Beautiful pass. And there it is! The opening goal, the ideal way to start. Back underway. And 1-0 it is. Let's see what happens next. Tah. Oh, it's cheeky. But it wasn't a touching save. And the pass deftly cut out. And the keeper not really touched by that long-range shot. Garcia. Granit Xhaka. Well, Borussia Dortmund unable to retain possession. Amin Adli. Here's Patrick Schick. And Dortmund regaining possession. Patrick Schick now. That's a lovely ball. Well, what a stop that was. And he's fired over the corner. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. That's a good pass. Simple for the keeper. Karim Adeyemi. Rierson. Here's Gross. Trying to open up the defence. And still just enough defensively. Dortmund with the ball once more. Well, the attacking options appear plentiful. Wilting under the pressure, and now full credit, wonderful stop. Grimaldo. Tapsoba. Grimaldo with it. the keeper takes charge, and it was pretty straightforward. Mecha. And the ball is with Girassi. Adeyemi. Could be threatening. Well, you've got to give him credit for that piece of defending. But doesn't have to do it on his own. Grimaldo. Intercepting it intelligently. Granit Xhaka. In position. Well, such a high degree of difficulty, not quite in the end.
Well, how good was that? It's such a difficult piece of skill, which he made look so easy. That deserved a goal.
Decent position for Dortmund to be in. Can he put it away? He's foiled them on his own. Can they get in behind them? Not troubling the keeper. Granit Xhaka. Edmond Tapsoba. Jeremy Frimpong. Well, there it is. That will do it. The second half restart here at the home of Borussia Dortmund. Tar. Piero Incapié. And Borussia Dortmund come away with it. Now that'll be a free kick. Piero Incapié. Granit Xhaka. Alex Garcia. And given away by Leverkusen. And passing it well. Well, didn't miss by very much, and never easy to strike it on the volley in that fashion.
Well, from that range, though, it should be a goal. At least it should hit the target.
Karim Adeyemi. Opportunity to deliver the cross. He takes aim. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. And that will be a Dortmund throw-in. Plenty of support here. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Good idea. Oh, it's a really well-timed challenge. Giving the ball away. Cheap. Under no real pressure as he brought the ball down. Doing his job, getting the touch. Played over. Well, no way through in the end. And over the touchline for what will be a Dortmund throw. Felix Mecha. Well, he took care of it defensively. An encouraging move from Dortmund. Just not looking confident in possession. Takes the shot. And a goal here for Borussia Dortmund. Can they be stopped? Jeremy Frimpong. On to Tapsoba. Garcia. Nketiah. Now with Tapsoba. Piero Nketiah. And now Garcia. And Dortmund come away with it. Valdemar Anton. Kobel. Julian Rierson. That's how to dispossess your opponent. And nicely over the top. "20 minutes to go in this one. And given away by Leverkusen. Decent position. And the danger cleared. Felix Mecha. Well, offside here. Such a pity for them. Chance was on. Can he put it away? Oh, that's really high-class goalkeeping. But now it grinds to a halt because the flag has been raised. Adeyemi. And hit with ferocity. And it took a touch off the defender, so it will be a corner. Driven in the corner. Cross. Kobel. And given away by Dortmund. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. Showing fine vision. Smuggled away. That's a good pass. Oh, good finish. There it is. Victory more or less guaranteed now. Granit Xhaka. Adli. Garcia with it. Clean challenge. Well, you've got to say, comfortably off target, Stuart.
Yeah, that's a waste of good possession. His teammates are not happy with him, and they're letting him know.
Tapsoba. Jeremy Frimpong. Leverkusen struggling to keep the ball. Grimaldo. That's one for them to pursue. And he's apparently veered into an offside position, Stuart.
Well, that's tight, really tight. But he was just too anxious to make his run. He was in, though.
Can he find the right pass? Pascal Gross. And the pass not finding its target. Not a huge chunk of added time. 1 minute. Could be threatening. Well, I must say, that goes down as a very disappointing effort. The end of the game then, officially, and the victor... The tension is palpable and each other. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary box, providing expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. And the focus is on the Bundesliga. Live action coming up. It is Bayern Munich facing Borussia Dortmund.
Well, we've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere, and some very good players. Let's hope we're not disappointed.
Ball played nicely. Here's the initial 11 for Bayern. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Joshua Kimmich plays with Leon Goretzka in the centre of midfield. And the focal point in attack today, Harry Kane. Let's have a look at the initial 11 for the visitors.
Well, in this shape, their two holding midfield players will be key today. If they can get on the ball and dictate the play, protect the two centre-backs, it will then allow the attacking players to show their creative quality.
Mecha. Strong but fair tackle. Could be dangerous. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Well, he can be such a magnetic player to watch, Leroy Sané. Stuart, what are you expecting from him in this match?
Well, so many goals are scored from crosses into the box, and this man is brilliant at delivering those crosses. He will be a massive threat today.
Bayern unable to hold on to the ball. Girassi might work out. Spectacular save, top-class goalkeeping. Sané. Really good build-up, but no end product. Rather congested in the middle of the park. Nice weight on the pass. Can he finish this? In it goes! The opening goal in this contest. Konrad Leimer. Olise. Kim. Eric Dyer. Olise. Now Bayern with acres of space out wide. And you've got to say, not the best of volleys that time.
Yeah, it was certainly there to hit, but he just couldn't make the right contact. It was well wide in the end.
Karim Adeyemi. Opportunity here. A piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Bensebaini. He's got to score. Oh, it's in for Borussia Dortmund. It is going their way. Kim Min-jae. Leimer on the ball. Now Harry Kane. Sané. They do pass the ball with authority. Leimer. Making sure nothing came of it. Guerrero. Bayern sloppy in possession here. And the attack looks promising. place to cut out the pass. Harry Kane. Rami Ben-Sebaini. Theme emerging of wasted possession. Oh, this is looking promising. Must be a goal! That's exactly what they needed. That should get them believing again. Vieso. Mecha. Valdemar Anton. Adeyemi. Felix Mecha. Well, almost at half-time here. Not quite yet, but Bayern chasing this game. Stuart, I wonder what you've made of their performance in the first half.
Well, it's been a good game so far, and they've played a big part in that. But if they are to get back into this, they need to be more disciplined defensively. They've just been too open at times.
Excellent ball over the top. Goalkeeping to push that away. Felix Mecha. Opportunity here, and a goal it is. They lead by 2 now. Fully deserved. Well, the ball is moving again, and the pendulum has already swung the way of Borussia Dortmund here. Let's see how the second half plays out. Svensson. On to Gross. Brandt. And it's a quality pass. And it is a Dortmund corner. And deciding to go short with this one. Fine cross into the middle. Able to close down the shot. He's driven in the corner. Still dangerous. Well, they can bring it out now. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. Kimmich. A very timely interception. Decent position. And he put it in. There it is. A fantastic goal. And no wonder he's off celebrating. Mecha. Mecha. Mecha now. Felix Mecha. On to Gross. And fed forwards. Ben-Sebaini. Interception to snuff out the danger. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. And nicely over the top. They've given it away. Kane. He's broken free. Well, there it is. Real resilience for you, having been 2 goals down. Pascal Gross. Mecha. Brandt with it. Rami Ben-Sebaini. Mecha. With it. Using space on the opposite flank now. And given away by Dortmund. Throw-ins given. Pascal Gross. Brandt with it. Brandt. Feeding it through. And he might be in here. And a goal! Just like that, they're back in front. Well, how about this? 4-3. Kim Min-jae. It's with Guerrero. Just 20 minutes remaining now. Nice looking pass. Dortmund unable to retain possession. Would have been a foul, but instead, advantage Bayern. He's found a pocket of space. A disappointing end to the move. And teammates around him. Girassi. Well, Bayern with the ball again. And Bayern finding space on the flank. Plays with a positional sense that is second to none. Kimmich. Foul, but advantage Bayern. Everyone wants to see officials let the play flow in that manner, but now the free kick has to be awarded.
Too many scorelines like this one. 4-4. Emre Can now. Forward. Emre Can. There's 10 minutes remaining here. Mecha. Brandt with it. Julian Riasson. Karim Adeyemi. Valdemar Anton. And Dortmund committed to getting forward. Can they grab a late winner? Must take the lead here. Good take under duress there. Well, time is running out to get this winner, but the fans certainly believe it's coming. Just listen to the noise. What a fantastic... Oh, wait a minute, Stuart. Look what's happening. Oh, they've done it! They forged ahead, and it might be the goal that gives them victory. He's given it away. The electronic board showing 1 additional minute and support available. They have to be bold, Borussia Dortmund, in these circumstances. This could be the equaliser, and a goal to level it up late on here. Just look at the reaction. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live.
And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. My name's Derek Ray, and delighted to have alongside me, as usual on these occasions, Stuart Robson. And very much looking forward to bringing you live action from the Bundesliga in a matter of moments. It is Stuttgart facing Borussia Dortmund.
Well, as always, I'm looking forward to this because both teams have strong aspects to their game. Both managers like to play attacking football, and we've got some good matchups all over the pitch.
And so the Stuttgart starting 11.
Well, on paper, they look a very balanced team. But the three advanced midfielders must at times make runs beyond the centre forward. Otherwise, they might just lack a bit of penetration.
Well, he was a long way from goal, but that didn't seem to bother him.
Well, he won't strike a...
Oh, that's wretched from the keeper. Nick Woltemade. Unda. And quick thinking defensively. Let's have a look at the initial 11 for the visitors.
Well, in this shape, if their wide players stay high up the pitch and get enough of the ball, it's a very attacking lineup. But if they drop too deep, they will then leave the centre forward isolated, and it could be difficult for them.
And defensive play to be applauded. What a real struggle for both sides on the... Oh, big chance! And we cannot say enough about that save.
Well, how did he stop that? That is a remarkable save.
What a commitment to defending. Struggling to get it away. Well, nothing comes of it. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Svensson. Putting it wide from there. Disappointing. Nick Woltemade. Really important tackle.
Well, you can tell what the fans think of that decision. They're certain it should have been a penalty.
Is it going to end up being productive for them? Fine reading of the situation. Brandt. Takes aim! And a goal! Now they've broken through. 1-0 here. Valdemar Anton. Pratt with it. Girassi. Emre Can. Valdemar Anton. It's a good Dortmund move in the making. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Oh, that's splendid play. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Oh, great piece of individual skill. Nothing there to tidy up. Dortmund have been awarded the free kick by the referee. Girassi. Incisive pass, but not quite what was needed. I really thought they were going to open up the defence. And he's made headway. Oh, he's found the net. And that increases the advantage to 2. Just what they wanted and just what they deserve. Julian Rierson. Emre Can. Here's Gross. Felix Metscher. Brandt. Well, Dortmund have it back now. Julian Riosson. The referee has played advantage in Dortmund's favour. Determined defending. Oh, the threat is there, but stout defending when it mattered. Fury. Well, he's certainly not alone. Teammates in the middle. Well, the supporters think it's on. Into the clutches of the goalkeeper. Svensson. Well, there's a living, breathing example of positional sense. Fury. Is it going to be? Oh, a challenge of the highest order. Julian Riosson. Dennis Undav. And a very good challenge. And there we have it. So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Atakan Karazor. Jamie Leveling. Dennis Undav. And the referee allowing advantage to accrue to them. Well, the ball back with Dortmund now. Real chance. Really good piece of goalkeeping there.
Well, those stats back up what we've been watching. It's been a really one-sided game. And it's far too easy for them to open up this defence. This could turn into a rout.
And teammates around him. Well, they could have been in, but that's wonderful defending. Well, the thought process is there, but not the execution. Girassi. Won't work out. Oh, genuine chance. And nicely parried away. Pascal Gross. Could be in. Has to be, surely. Oh, a brilliantly timed tackle when it really mattered. And a precise challenge just when it was required. Good distribution. Schwarz-Gelben have it back now. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. He could really get at the opposition. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Maximilian Mittelstädt. Really good challenge. Brandt. He might yet finish. Oh, disappointing clearance. Brandt. Oh, a tremendous block. Dortmund recovering possession well. Just lost his focus. Throw in here. Undav. This looks more than decent. Now that'll be a free kick. Wasn't the target, but the keeper up to the task of saving it. And given away by Dortmund. Well, the referee not too happy with the challenge and blows for a free kick. Excellent defending. Grant. Well, he stuffed it out of there without much fuss. 15 minutes left for play. Real chance! Well, I think in fairness, the keeper was expecting to be worked a bit more.
I can't believe he didn't score there. Mind you, nor can he.
Pascal Gross. Read it well. He has teammates around him. And the cross not quite imaginative enough. Well, it clearly was deflected, so it will be their throw-in. Very comfortable piece of defending. Just 10 minutes remaining here. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. And offside all the way. Chris Fury. Not precise enough with the shot. Well, the seconds are ticking away and the home side in control. Stuart, what have you made of this?
Yeah, this has been a good performance. They've looked really sharp going forward and they've shown a lot of energy.
Oh, it's developing nicely for them here. And a goal to settle the issue once and for all. Adeyemi. Bensebaini. Brandt with it. Girassi. Karim Adeyemi. Chance for him to get in behind maybe. But no, just offside.
Well, it was close and it is offside. The assistant got that absolutely right.
Throw in here for Borussia Dortmund. Brandt. Well, great read there to intercept. Well, the electronic board showing one additional minute. Julian Rierson. Wonderfully weighted pass. And there goes the final whistle. And the... Ready for battle, ready to bring their skills to the pitch, and to the many keen observers, there is no alternative but to be on it from the outset. No quarter asked, no quarter given. Stay with us on EA TV. Hello and welcome to this very pleasant, compact stadium. Just a short walk from the Leverkusen Mitte train stop, the Bayern. My name is Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and sitting next to me, ready to give you all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And very much looking forward to bringing you live action from the Bundesliga in a matter of moments. It's Bayern Leverkusen facing Borussia Dortmund.
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
The lineup for Leverkusen. Lukas Hradecky is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front. Plenty of support here. From a long way out. Oh, you don't want to lose the ball in that position. Oh, and the flag goes up.
Well, he needs to be more aware there. He didn't work hard enough to stay onside.
And introducing the Borussia Dortmund side.
Well, it's the same formation, really. So it's all about who wins their individual battles. And that will certainly be the case out wide between four very good wing-backs.
Oh, good skill, and he's managed to beat his man. Couldn't grab hold of it. Well, they survived the attack. Pascal Gross. Fine work from Leverkusen to win back possession. Well, again, it breaks down for them. And he's kept it out, fully stretched, somehow reaching it. Let's see about the delivery. Not really the ideal clearance. And nicely parried away. And a strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Trying to open up the defence. Well, trying to place it, but without any great success.
Well, maybe went for the wrong technique. If he'd have hit it with power, may have got a better result. That's a poor effort, really.
Amin Adli. Here's Patrick Schick. Well, stylish ball. What can they do now? What a lovely strike! Lethal piece of finishing. Drilled home with true conviction. Tremendous goal. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Determined defending. Brandt. Julian Riosson. Rami Bensebaini. Brandt. And possession lost by Leverkusen. Outrageously skillful. He's in with a chance. To their lead, much needed security. Emre Can. Riosson. Bensebaini. Julian Riosson. Valdemar Anton. Riosson. Emre Can. Julian Riosson. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. And Borussia Dortmund in a position of menace. And still looking for space. Really good build-up, but no end product. Brandt! Well, the shot looked promising, but the keeper had the measure of it. Schick. And a strong tackle. Girassi. Oh, that's splendid play. Dortmund with the ball once more. Gives it a go. Still alive.
Oh, Derek, big chance here.
And oh, it's in. We cannot declare this contest over. They still believe. Well, the action continues, and Dortmund find themselves within touching distance here. Granit Xhaka. Promising pass. They've lost possession, Leverkusen. Pascal Gross. A very effective challenge put in. That's a good pass. Oh, but there's defensive diligence for you when things look dangerous. Into the second half then, with Borussia Dortmund trailing. Can they summon the right response? Rami Bensebaini. Mecha. Here's Gross. Felix Mecha. Well, still searching for the equaliser, but not passing it anxiously. And offside, just as he was ready to pounce. It's looking promising. But stuck defending when it mattered. Jeremy Frimpong. Good distribution. Could be dangerous. And that's a very good parry. Well, a corner kick it is. Let's see if they can put this to good use as they try to add to their advantage. He must finish! Oh, goal! He's going to be rightly proud of that moment. Sensational! Rami Bensebaini. Well, he's given us away. Has eyes for goal. Well, the goalkeeper is thankful that it wasn't a better effort than it actually was. Decent position for Dortmund to be in. Brings it down, but work to do. The verdict is offside here. And Dortmund come away with it. Well, that's a foul, and it sets up a free kick in a dangerous position. Following the free kick, and he was able to hang on to the ball. Grimaldo. Unable to hold on to the ball, Leverkusen. Nice switch of play. He'll have a go here. Oh, yes! You cannot find them any better than that. Brilliant goal. Pascal Gross. France with it. Emre Can now. And Leverkusen recovering possession well. Girassi. Having a shoot. Magnificent. magnificent defending. Granit Xhaka. Leverkusen struggling to keep the ball. Great opportunity. Save, but still a chance. And in at the second time of asking, but the goalkeeper badly at fault. An encouraging move from Dortmund, but nothing comes of it. Let's fly here. Well, they've really turned this into a contest. Momentum now with them. Alex Garcia. Grimaldo with it. Granit Xhaka. And given away by Leverkusen. A tremendous vision. Valdemar Anton. Rami Bensebaini. Will be a Bayern Leverkusen throw. And into the last 15 minutes of action. Pascal Gross. Jeremy Frimpong. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Trying to open them up. Not really the high percentage option to try your luck from there.
Well, his teammates aren't particularly happy. He was never going to score from there.
Schick. Ronaldo. Looking to take on the shot. A routine save. Struggling to hold on to the ball. Fiatz. Well, he made sure there was absolutely no way through. Moving cross. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Well, with 5 minutes remaining and just one goal between them, still the prospect of late excitement in this match. Possession ceded by Leverkusen. Brandt.
Well, just listen to this atmosphere. It's been such a tight game, but the fans are certainly doing their bit and trying to get them over the finish line.
Alex Garcia. Fiatz. Maybe room here for the counter-attack. And he's made headway. And effectively parried away by the keeper. Not a huge chunk of added time. 1 minute. Real chance. Oh, magnificent reaction. And that will be that. The referee's whistle for full time. Maximum. high-octane football. We can virtually guarantee it. Two quality sides ready for battle, knowing full well they must give their best. It's Manchester City. They take on Newcastle United live on EA TV. Hello and welcome, and I must say the weather couldn't be any better. It's a very pleasant night for football here at the Etihad Stadium. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical and technical analysis, it's Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It is Manchester City up against Newcastle United.
Well, I'm excited by this encounter today. Both teams have a good game plan, both teams can be physical, and both teams have creative players. It could be a case of who wants it more.
And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson gets the nod in goal. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Mateo Kovacic starts alongside Ilkay Gundogan in central midfield. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. And here's the Newcastle formation. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. Decent position. Oh, he's gone for goal. And the deflection behind then for the corner. Harvey Barnes. And now Trippier. And return to Trippier. Oh, that's a fine save. A wild attempt. Not that the goalkeeper is complaining.
Well, he probably should do a lot better there. That was half a chance.
De Bruyne. Potentially dangerous position for City. Oh, off the post. Rather unlucky. Well, Kevin De Bruyne, one of the complete midfield players in the modern game. Stuart, what do you expect we'll see from him this time around?
Well, I expect him to be the biggest influence on this game, certainly in terms of dictating the play. Quite simply, one of the best players at linking up with teammates.
Oh, how on earth has he missed that? What a glorious opportunity.
Well, the flag's gone up and he was offside, but he didn't know that when he took his shot.
And options in the centre. Can they nudge in front? Real defensive resilience. And the ball is loose. Looking for a teammate. Under real pressure defensively. Will they pay the price? And what a magical save it was.
Well, these City fans are right behind the team, but they know they have to take one of these chances soon while they're on top.
Oh, hang on, Stuart. Look at this. There it is! The first goal of the game, and the lead certainly doesn't flatter them. Good value for it. Dan Burn. Newcastle regaining possession here. Has eyes for goal! Well, after that attempt, gobbled up by the keeper. Tino Livramento. And intercepted it. Bruno Guimaraes. Tonali with it. Routine for Ederson. Marmoush. Oh, this looks useful. And he takes on the shot. Just can't get it past him. Maybe room here for the counter-attack. And it's with Isak. Nunes. Gundogan. Disappointing for the Magpies to give it away like that. Doku. Gundogan. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. And teammates around him. Chance here, and just over the bar. Really good effort. Kevin De Bruyne. Marmoush. It's a promising City move. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Acres of space for the Magpies. Bruno Guimaraes. Here's Isak. And unable to keep possession. Room to roam on the wing for Newcastle. Dan Burn. Guimaraes. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Now can they counter clinically? Well, they couldn't quite use that break in the manner that they'd hoped. And it's with Isak. Real chance. And a goal! He's doubled his total for the day in superb scoring form. Really showing off his wide range of passing skills. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And so the half-time. So into the second half, underway once more. Newcastle with the advantage, but certainly no room for complacency. He has teammates around him. And a tidy challenge. Frantic action from one end to the other. They weren't ahead for long, and this match is level again. Sandro Tonali. And on the ball is Cher. Trippier. Beautiful pass. Mateo Kovacic. Mateus Nunes. And Manchester City moving the ball with purpose. Corner conceded, it came off the defender.
Well, they haven't created too much lately, but the fans know this is a chance to take the lead here.
Well, showing a willingness at least to take it on.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that was the right option. It's way off target as well.
Really good interception. Oh, splendid skill. Oh, it's a terrific challenge. Joelinton. Murphy. Promising possession, this. Oh, great defending. This looks more than decent. Well, the challenge was clean, but the danger not cleared. And that move comes to an end. Goal kick. And City have possession once more. Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. De Bruyne. Well, not quite accurate enough, but it was a close thing.
Well, the stats back up what we've seen so far. Some good attacking football, chances for both teams, and plenty to enjoy. Let's hope for more of the same.
Might work out. And a goal it is to put them in front again. No less than they deserve. And the keeper got there, and comfortably. Tino Livramento. And intercepts again. Jacob Murphy. Here's Isak. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Omar Marmoush. And passing it through. And the keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. Not a clear foul, but the referee letting the play flow. Well, it stopped a promising attack in its tracks, and you wouldn't be surprised if there's a card coming out here. And nicely struck. And that's the hat-trick. Tearing apart this defence time and again. They simply can't handle him. Gundogan. Nunes. Gvardiol. Here's Kovacic. Doku. Excellent vision. Mateo Kovacic. Manchester City still on the attack as the minutes tick away. Can they come up with a winner? Good ball over the top. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. This might be ideal for the counter. Well, managing to beat him. That's how it looked, but full credit to him for atoning for the error. Opportunity here, and a goal! This is why we adore this game. Late drama, and now they're in front. Trippier. Sandro Tonali. It's with Joelinton. Isak. And on the ball is Cher. Well, plays with a positional sense that is second to none. A City free kick forthcoming. Gvardiol. Very effective pass. Bruno Guimaraes. Well, on the attack, hunting for a late equaliser here. But quick thinking defensively. And that is that, full time here and a win for... This is the sort of game that makes you want to stop what you're doing and pay full attention. Manchester City against Chelsea here at the Etihad. It should be special. Hello everyone. Well, here's something we say every day of the week, don't we? It's a beautiful day for football in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting next to me here on the commentary gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham United midfield man, Stuart Robson. And very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It is Manchester City taking on Chelsea.
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. And here's the Manchester City lineup. Ederson between the posts. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Mateo Kovacic plays alongside İlkay Gündoğan in central midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack.
Oh, can he score here, Derek?
And a goal! That is a very bright start. Perfect way to open. Gündoğan. Gvardiol. Doku. Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. And quick thinking defensively. Palmer with it. And support available. It has to be. Wasted chance. Easy for the goalkeeper. Wasteful from City. Is it going to be? Oh, strong hand on the ball. Jeremy Doku. Well, they have it again. Moises Caicedo. And Chelsea moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Well, it came to nothing in the end. Marmoush. See about the cross. Well, not the easiest of chances, tightly marked, but not even close in the end. And he was in the right place to intercept. Well, difficult for both sides to find any passing rhythm. Jackson on the ball. Very quick thinking there. Decent progress with the ball at his feet, but timely defending when it mattered. And it's a quality pass. And going for goal. And the keeper there to make sure nothing untoward happened. Nunes. Gündoğan. Here's Kovacic. Mateus Nunes. And you can sense the threat is there. Big chance to get them on terms. Hands away by the keeper. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. And Chelsea have given us away. City moving the ball forwards. What can they do from here? Promising pass. And he was under a bit of stress, but back to the keeper. Caicedo. Opportunity it is. And bruising the frame of the goal.
Well, I thought that was going to go in, but he really should be scoring from there.
Gundogan. And the defensive intervention there. Neto. Who can he pick out? Well, passing moves like this will keep confidence levels up. Referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Mateo Kovacic. Almost at half-time and Manchester City facing a deficit. Stuart, interested to get your take as regards their first-half performance.
Well, it's been a fairly even first half so far, but they haven't shown enough creativity, particularly in midfield, but there's been too many negative passes. If they can get the ball into the front areas that little bit quicker, I think they'll get back into this.
Enzo Fernandez. An effective challenge. And teammates around him. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. And there we have it. So the second half underway, and no doubt about it, City with work ahead of them. Gundogan. Here's Kovacic. Omar Marmoush. Diaz. Gvardiol. Mateus Nunes. De Bruyne now. Showing good defensive judgment. Gusto. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Manchester City a little wasteful in possession. What can Chelsea do from this position? Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Omar Marmoush. Dangerous looking attack. Superbly read and executed. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
Madueke. Just needs to stay calm. And not cleared away properly. And in, at the second time of asking, just what was required. Really good interception. Gundogan. Here's Kovacic. Ruben Dias. Nice looking pass. Gundogan. Marmoush. Just sliding back a bit to get on the ball. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort. What a brilliant pass. From long range.
Well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly, and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
Chelsea regaining possession here. Neto. And Chelsea looking dangerous. Oh, could be an opportunity here. And a fine tackle. Omar Marmoush. Breaking at pace. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. It's a neat move. Can he do it? Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Given away by City. Now we're inside the final 15 minutes. Gundogan. Now, who can he play it to? It's with Gundogan. Here's Kovacic. Kovacic! Well, he was a long way from goal, but that didn't seem to bother him.
Well, he won't strike a football much better than that. That certainly had the keeper worried.
Palmer. And Chelsea struggling to keep the ball. Chance here. Well, that's easy peasy for the keeper. From one side of the pitch to the other. Noni Madueke. Advantageous situation here for Chelsea developing. Given away by İlkay Gündoğan. Well, it comes down to the final 5 minutes. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Can he convert? Brilliant save. They favoured a short one here. That's not a bad ball. The pressure was high, and they could be in here. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Well, Chelsea being afforded too much space here. Oh, that surely had to go in, but marvellous defending. And so that... This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello and welcome, and I must say the weather couldn't be any better. It's a very pleasant night for football here at the Etihad Stadium. I'm Derek Ray at the microphone, and joining me for match commentary is Stuart Robson. And looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It is Manchester City, and they face Nottingham Forest. Well, the goalkeeper dealt with it admirably. And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson begins in goal. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Ilkay Gundogan plays alongside Mateo Kovacic in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. And here's how Nottingham Forest will line up. Callum Hudson-Odoi plays with Anthony Elanga out wide. And up front, it's Chris Wood. I must say, this looks promising. A real struggle to contain him. Good use of the ball, but can they trouble the defence?
Oh, and it goes! Sensational strike! And now he deserves to celebrate!
1-0 then. De Bruyne. De Bruyne threading it through. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Short corner taken. Gundogan. De Bruyne. So there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. O'Reilly. Wood with it. Well, he's won the ball. De Bruyne. This could square the game, but the keeper has his say. And how important could that be in the grand scheme of things?
Well, that was a big chance, and really, he should have taken that. But let's give credit to the goalkeeper. It's a decent save.
Oh, superb skill. And a fine tackle. Now, options are plenty. Well, it came to nothing in the end. City have the ball again. On the offensive. Anthony Elanga. Really good build-up, but no end product. Kovacic. And he's kicked it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. And they're going for the short one. And the cross goes in. Well, capable of a better clearance than that. And the referee blows for a foul.
Would the owner of the blue car parked outside reception please move it immediately? Thank
Kevin
you.
De Bruyne. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. City pushing forward with options available. Could play it in. And it might be. Oh, a challenge of the highest order. Really poor timing, and some will argue that he was asking for a yellow card. he's been working on in training this week. So near.
Well, he's got great technique, but on that occasion, it's just a fraction too high.
Well, he's given us away. O'Reilly. Delivered into the area here. And he's clear as lines. Well, nothing for them to worry about in the end. Good defending. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. Might work out. And Chris Wood. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Gundogan. It has to be. And it's gone in. Just what was needed for Manchester City, who now have squared it. Milenkovic. Nicolas Dominguez. And in possession, Milenkovic. Hudson-Odoi. Dominguez. And in possession, Milenkovic. And a tidy tackle. De Bruyne. And defensive play to be applauded. Good ball over the top. There will be 1 minute added on at the end. And so the first 45 minutes have come. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Ruben Dias. It's with Gundogan. Gvardiol. De Bruyne now. Well, nothing to split the two sides, but this move looks promising. And danger averted. Well read. And Forest recovering possession well. And wasteful there from Forest. De Bruyne. Can they convert? Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending. Chris Wood. City did well to win it back. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Oh, can he score here, Derek?
He might be onto something. Well, the danger was on, but just a fraction offside. Chris Wood. Wood. Big opportunity. Oh, mischievous attempt. Oh, we have just witnessed a special moment. Pure quality. Morgan gives White. Nicolas Dominguez. Aina. It's Callum Hudson-Odoi. Well, beaten easily here, but no damage done. That's the main thing. Promising attack, this. And he takes it on. He got a good palm on it. Nunes. Mateo Kovacic. Marmoush. And snuffing out the danger. It is advantage Manchester City here. Perfectly positioned to take it away. Oh, breezing past him. Has eyes for goal. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. And deciding to go short with this one. Targets available, cross comes in. Danger averted for now. Oh, good-looking run. It should be. And there is the goal to make it a hat-trick. Excellent in finishing, there for all to see. Nico Williams. And it's with Gibbs White. Nikola Milenkovic. Fighting strongly to win the ball. 15 minutes left for play. Hudson-Odoi. What can they produce on the flank? Gibbs White. Now the keeper grabs it. Mateo Kovacic. Just the challenge that was required. And the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. Well, they have to pay attention. Can he finish? Oh, the majestic finish! He's going to be rightly proud of that moment. Magnificent! Elliot Anderson. And it's with Gibbs White. Hudson-Odoi. Anderson. Possession lost, intercepted. Five minutes left. Into the penalty area. Well, they pulled one back, but perhaps a bit too late in this contest. They haven't been at the races this evening. Mateus Nunes. Forest giving it away. Fed through by Kovacic. And giving them too much space on the flank. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. Good visualisation and execution. Oh, lovely ball. Just needs to get it out of there. And so the referee blows. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello and welcome to one of the most atmospheric venues in the game of football, St James's Park. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and alongside me is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. And very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It's Newcastle United facing Manchester City.
Well, a quick start to the game is all important here today, and I'm sure both managers will have drilled that into the players. But they also have to play with composure and a tactical understanding. It should be a good game.
So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Mateo Kovacic starts alongside Ilkay Gundogan in central midfield. And leading the line today is Erling Haaland. Tino Livramento. Aware of the threat, solving the problem. Always difficult to predict in advance who might decide a game, but you could make a strong case for this man, I think, Stuart. What are you expecting to see from him?
Well, what more can I say? He's just a top-class finisher. Composed, technically brilliant and determined.
And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Newcastle in a potentially dangerous position. Now, will the cross work out for them? Determined defending. And he could really get at the opposition. It's going to be a City ball. Mateo Kovacic. Just the challenge that was required. Joelinton. Jacob Murphy. Bruno Guimaraes. From one side of the pitch to the other. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Well, we can see what they're trying to do, but not a memorable passage of play. Isak. Intelligent threaded pass here. That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. Phil Foden. And the flag has gone up, offside. Well, it was almost the ideal pass, but out of play it goes. Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. Joelinton. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. And a throw coming up after a really fine piece of tackling. Gundogan. On to Haaland. It is advantage Manchester City here. Well, he's retrospectively awarded the free kick, having let it flow initially. That's a good-looking shot. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Jacob Murphy. Easy meat for the goalkeeper. De Bruyne with options. But the danger averted for now. The Magpies looking creative. Really good challenge. And it's with Isaac. They keep plugging away. Trippier. Well, it didn't happen for them in attack. Doku. Lacking that little bit of guile.
Well, there we have it. This has been a really poor game so far. The players need to pick up the tempo and be a lot braver with their passing and their movement. This can only get better.
Oh, fancy footwork. Holland. Well, that's how to hit them. Not quite accurate enough, though. Just lost his focus. Throw in here. Oh, not a good throw in at all. Holland. And that's it. So they get the ball rolling in the second half. Even Steven here. So little to choose between the sides. Well, the ball lost here. Murphy. Joelinton. Newcastle moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Nicely timed tackle. Gvardiol. Gundogan. And intercepted it. It looks promising. They'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. O'Reilly. Holland. Oh, a save right out of the top drawer. Super stop. Kevin De Bruyne with the corner. Read it well, cleared it well. He had to react, and did. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. And the counter-attack came to nothing.
Well, he was one of their better players in the first half, but needed to be better still. Stuart, your thoughts?
Yes, there's certainly room for improvement. He struggled to have any real impact on the game. He hasn't got on the ball enough, and when he has, he's given it away cheaply. But I'm sure we'll see a marked improvement.
Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out any sign of danger.
Well, they fancy a short one.
That's not a bad ball. Well, they can't quite take advantage in the end. De Bruyne. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Potential opportunity for Manchester City to take the lead. Corner kick it is. And he's clear as lines. Crossed into the penalty area. And the keeper's hand does the trick. Livramento. Well, he's beaten his opponent. Joelinton. Passing it around, looking for the goal that would put them ahead. Must take the lead here. And they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. Emerson. Kevin De Bruyne. Vardiol. De Bruyne now. Possession one. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this game. Good ball over the top. Well, the ball back with City here. Danger here as he runs at them. And the degree of difficulty wasn't all that high in terms of the save. Livramento. Top-class defending. Good use of advantage there. Oh, breezing past him. Joelinton. Decent looking pass. Not all that convincing defensively. It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. Erling Haaland. Well read to put an end to that attack. Oh, what a perfect ball now. How about this? Well, he had the chance. He went for power. He might be regretting that now.
Well, he got his angles all wrong there. That's a poor miss.
Tremendous intuition to win it back. Plenty of support here. Haaland. Chasing this game, Manchester City, with time running out. Well, a promising looking attack, but comes to nothing in the end. Oh, good looking run. Yes, time to play it over. Joelinton. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Trying to open up the defence. Taking the infield route. De Bruyne.
Well, Newcastle have played really well today, but they've also had great backing from these fans. Just listen to the noise.
Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. A fine reading of the situation. Isaac. Cleared away. Superb defending. Massive credit. Well, having been awarded the corner, they'll no doubt look to put the issue beyond all doubt. And dealt with it nicely. And so there we have it, the final whistle, and Manchester City have lost. A highly charged atmosphere here at Stamford Bridge, and you can understand why. Chelsea might fancy their chances, but their opponents are the formidable Manchester City. This confrontation is live, coming up on EA TV. Good evening to you, and a warm welcome to the part of West London where the Kings Road and Fulham Road meet. Stamford Bridge. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart Robson. And it's all about action from the Premier League in this case. It is Chelsea facing Manchester City.
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
Introducing the starting players for Manchester City. Ederson is the goalkeeper. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Mateo Kovacic plays alongside İlkay Gündoğan in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Straight forward for the keeper. Caicedo. Now Chelsea in a position of menace. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Good-looking move. In position now. Oh, it's an absolutely tremendous save.
Well, he's just pulled off a remarkable save there. Brilliant goalkeeping.
City have the ball again. Dias. It's a neat move. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. Well, the cross came over and a real need to get rid of the ball here. Well, defensive resilience there. Determined defending. City pushing forward with options available. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Jackson on the ball. Caicedo. And he read it well, intercepting it. Doku. Here's Kovacic. He read the situation defensively and did his job. De Bruyne. Top-class defending. Jackson. Kukureya. Might lead to a chance. And that's a straightforward stop. Given away by City. Moises Caicedo. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Well, good run this. Now what can he do with it? Can they forge ahead? Oh, it could be. And he gobbles up the second chance. Disappointment for the keeper. No wonder he's asking questions of his defence. Mateus Nunes. Well, it clearly was deflected, so it will be their throw-in. And forcing the error. City couldn't keep the ball. And a good tackle. Oh, danger here. And goes for goal! Oh, he couldn't outwit the keeper. Who's going to get on the end of it? Chelsea regaining possession here. Well, they would have been disappointed had he spilled that one. Mateo Kovacic. Well, we can see what they're trying to do, but not a memorable passage of play. Well, almost at half-time here, and it's Chelsea on top. Stuart, interested to get your thoughts as regards what they put into the game.
Oh, they could finish here, Stuart. Oh, a challenge of the highest order.
Chelsea couldn't keep it. Marmoush. City move it forward with purpose. But they dealt with the threat posed. Jackson. Pedro Neto. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. And so the first... So the second half underway, and no doubt about it, City with work ahead of them. Kevin De Bruyne. Mateo Kovacic. De Bruyne now. Ruben Dias. De Bruyne. Mateo Kovacic. De Bruyne has support. De Bruyne. Able to skip past his man. Gundogan! Well, that's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Palmer.
Well, that looked like being the equaliser for City, but they've just been thwarted by a brilliant save. Mind you, you do sense a goal is coming.
Yes, end-to-end stuff, but now they're forced to track back. Disappointing for the players of the centre that it didn't reach them. This man will get most of the plaudits for his contribution up to this point, Stuart.
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
Jackson. Noni Madueke. And Chelsea moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Shot attempted. And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Well, we have 30 minutes to go. Could be dangerous. And putting paid to the danger. Out of play, City throw. Oh, he's given the ball away unnecessarily. Doesn't have to do it on his own. Well, disappointing end to the move. Omar Marmoush. Mateus Nunes. And he stopped them in their tracks. That's a good pass. Can he put it away? A tremendous block. Timely intervention. O'Reilly. And into the last 20 minutes. More than decent passing sequences, but they need a leveller. Oh, that's an interesting pass. Well, it was close, but offside nonetheless.
Well, it's a matter of inches there, but he just went a fraction too early.
And City with the ball again. Danger here as he runs at them. Marmoush. High quality defending. It is advantage Manchester City here. Vardiol. Omar Marmoush. A sloppy pass. Manchester City have work to do, but is it going to happen for them? And couldn't quite square the game. Close.
Well, it's certainly a decent effort, but not quite good enough. They still trail here.
And that puts them in position. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort. Well, these Chelsea fans are certainly playing their part here. The noise inside Stamford Bridge has been incredible. Surely the players will hold on here.
City know that wide area is really opening up. Mateo Kovacic. Looked as though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Palmer. Attacking possibilities for Chelsea.
This could finish it! But no, the chance goes a-begging. Goodness gracious me!
Well, you just wonder, will that come back to haunt them? He has to do better there.
Marmoush. Room to roam for City on the wing. Could play it in. Couldn't take advantage of the opportunity. And so there we have it, the final. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and alongside me is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. And very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It is Nottingham Forest facing Manchester City.
Well, both teams know they need to start the game well here. Try to dominate the midfield area and get their creative players on the ball. This should be an interesting game, I think.
And here's how Nottingham Forest will line up. Anthony Elanga plays with Callum Hudson-Odoi out wide. And up front, it's Chris Wood. And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Ilkay Gundogan plays.
Oh, Derek, what a moment this could be.
Oh dear. The goal was at his mercy. Tame effort. Mateo Kovacic. Very effective pass. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Now what can they do from here? Magnificent defending. High quality defending. Williams. Untidy little passage in midfield there. City moving the ball forwards. What can they do from here? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Has eyes for goal. Determined defending. Well, that's an admirable piece of defending, but a corner to come. Keen to take it short here. And that's going to result in a goal kick. Good work from Nottingham Forest to win it back. Has eyes for goal! Well, a long-distance effort and a highly respectable one, Stuart.
Well, he surprised everybody, including me. It's a decent effort, you have to say.
Well, trying his luck from a long way out, but the keeper saw it all the way. Hudson-Odoi. Now a decent position. Well, all doing their bit to keep them out. Oh, tremendous vision. And he did what he had to do defensively. There to win it back. Oh, good run this. Now what can he do with it? And made sure the pass wasn't troublesome. Well, they're moving it around with real purpose here. Really good build-up, but no end product. De Bruyne. And nicely struck. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. And taken short. That's a useful cross. Did well to clear it away. Fine piece of pressure. Can they capitalise on it? Well read to put an end to that attack. Chance to put them in front. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Oh, this looks useful. Kevin De Bruyne. He just let his opponent glide by. He's foiled them on his own. They all know their roles as they apply the pressure. He fancies it. And a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. Gundogan.
Far from a good pass. Marmoush. And the ball with De Bruyne, and he's making progress. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. Corner for City. Can they find an equaliser?
Oh, an incredible clearance. I must say, I didn't see that coming. Mateo Kovacic. And he takes it on. Oh, that surely had to go in, but marvellous defending. A superbly executed high press yet again. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. Aina. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. And hit with ferocity. Emerson in goal made it look easy. Trying to pick out a teammate. Oh, that's unforgettable! The bicycle kick represents perfection and purity. It's a goal for the archives. A masterclass in technique. Simply awesome. And out of play for a Forest throw. They've got to keep the ball a bit better than that. De Bruyne could pull one back here. And there it is! Still life left in this game. And they have the momentum now. So back underway here into the second half. Nikola Milenkovic. Dominguez. Doku. De Bruyne. It's a weighted pass. Gundogan. Keeping the ball moving. But then the commentator's curse comes into play. Hudson-Odoi, and wasteful there from Forest. De Bruyne. A terrific defending to stop them progressing. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Well, as complete a midfield player as you're likely to see, Kevin De Bruyne. Stuart, your assessment of his performance?
Yeah, he's done okay in that first half. He's had a lot of the ball, he's used it well, and he's been energetic. But unfortunately, that can't be said about the rest of the team, who need to improve if they're going to turn this around.
And take it away. And the tactic of pressing high, clearly working well. Oh, surely! And a fine stop to turn the ball away. And into the last 30 minutes now. A bit of running room now on the wing. Nicely blocked, but he's got to get rid of it. Succeeded in blocking it. Excellent defending. Good use of advantage. Everyone wants to see officials let the play flow in that manner, but now the free kick has to be awarded.
routine save. Kevin De Bruyne can keep the ball. Running room in the wide position. And the cross fired over, but no real central pressure applied. And a really powerful effort, but just over the top. Might work out. Offside the decision. And cutting it out. And into the last 20 minutes. Promising looking attack. And a good looking ball. Oh, no wonder he's got a smirk on his face. Good idea, but the execution lacking a little. Mateo Kovacic. Can they create something from here? This could be the equaliser. Oh, goal! Level now. The lead has evaporated. Nikola Milenkovic. Elliot Anderson. Promising pass. Good work from City to win back the ball. Now, what can they produce on the flank? Wonderful chance. It might be. And opting for power over placement, but not the desired result. Nicolas Dominguez. Well, he's given us away. It comes to absolutely nothing. And pressing from the front, time and again here.
Well, the fans are making so much noise here. They believe the winner's coming, but it needs a moment of inspiration for one of those players out on the pitch. What a finale we've got.
And danger averted. Well read. Good weight on that pass. And the search goes on for a winner. Time is tight. Every goalkeeper would expect to catch that one. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. And slipped through by İlkay Gündoğan. Well, couldn't quite hit the target. Close though.
Well, had it been on target, I think the goalkeeper had that one covered.
And 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. And so the referee brings the 90 minutes. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly... Hello and a warm welcome to a stadium that was revolutionary when it was built back in the 1990s, the Johan Cruyff Arena here in Amsterdam. I'm Derek Ray on the commentary gantry, and delighted to be joined as always by Stuart Robson. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. Stuart, tell us about your pre-match thoughts.
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
Chiquinho. Ayoub El-Kadi. Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. Taylor. Ajax, ball lost. Well, gifting away possession. Well, he always has to be regarded as a dangerous opponent, so what should we expect to see from him in this game, Stuart?
Well, he has that ability to beat defenders and deliver excellent crosses. He's going to be the key player on the field today, that's for sure.
Oh, he wasn't necessarily favourite to win that challenge. Well, going for power from there, but not worrying the goalkeeper in the slightest. And that is a below-par pass. Nice weight on the pass, and just has to remain calm. And a stinging shot, but off target.
Well, as you said, off target when really that should be hitting the back of the net. That's a golden opportunity.
Steven Berghuis. Oh, giving the ball away. Good run, very much in control of the situation. Well, a top-notch piece of defensive judgment. And options in the centre. Long way out this. Well, the goalkeeper is thankful that it wasn't a better effort than it actually was. A very good tackle. That's a good-looking ball. Rather congested in the middle of the park. Klaassen. Chiquinho. Oh, that's splendid play. Really good build-up, but no end product. And Ajax exploiting the space on the flank. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. And what a magical save it was! And the short option preferred. Crossing into the middle. Not away completely. Well, no damage done. Promising sequence. And whipped into the box.
He's gone and found the net! Brilliant piece of finishing! Magnificent goal!
Kenneth Taylor. Josip Schutalo. Well, not hard to read that pass. Klaassen. What could Ajax do from this position? Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Chiquinho. What to like about that pass? Berghuis. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. And great work to confuse the defender. Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. And it's played into the centre. Oh, that goes down as a wonderful save. But hang on, offside is the decision here. Could be dangerous. Oh, he's lost possession. What a magnificent pass. Could be in. So the whistle there. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Perfect challenge. Oh, good-looking run. And blocked for now. Shooting like that isn't going to live long in the memory.
Well, poor decision, bad technique, and a waste of a very good situation.
Oh, this is looking promising. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Oh, very effective play, and they might be onto something. Really showing off his wide range of passing skills. Nicely timed tackle. Moving the ball forward, how creative can they be? Well, you've got to conclude that it was completely overhit. But on the final analysis, his timing just wasn't there.
Well, it's always difficult to hit those perfectly, and unfortunately for him, he got that all wrong.
Delivering it into the box. Ready to fire. And he's done it! Parity again! A magnificent game unfolding. Chiquinho. Well, the pass not finding its target. And into the last 30 minutes now. He has teammates around him. Well, they couldn't keep hold of it. Josip Schutalo. Henderson has it. Jordan Henderson has lost possession. And Ajax with the ball again. Is it going to end up being productive for them? Well, disappointing end to the move. Chiquinho. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Steven Berghuis. Very quick thinking there. Ayoub El-Kabi. Oh, that's a fine cross. Missing the target by a tiny margin.
Well, it's a difficult skill to get right, but he almost pulled it off there. He made such good contact with the ball.
Just the challenge that was required. Just 15 minutes remaining. And passing it through. Henderson. Josip Schutalo. Henderson has it. Schutalo. The ball back with Ajax now.
Well, I'm not sure they deserve anything from this game, but there's still time to find that equaliser. And you have to say the crowd have been brilliant. They're still driving the team on.
And Ajax struggling to keep the ball. El-Kabi. You can't really tackle like that and expect to get away with it. Booking to come, you would think. They've got to be really mindful of the time situation, attacking though they might be. Chance to finish! Oh, a goal! An equaliser in the closing stages! Gentle marking. Realising that it might be opening up on the opposite flank. And still on the lookout for the goal that could be so important at this juncture. Wilting under the pressure, and now they try to go forward. Nice looking move, this. Oh, that's an expert piece of defending, just as it was looking threatening. And that is the whistle. Well, the ball rolling again here. The first period of extra time. And you've got to wonder to what extent fatigue will play a part in this now. It's been an extremely competitive 90 minutes. Excitement throughout the day, and now the big kick-off is near. It's anyone's guess who'll come out on top in this colossal game, but a thrilling encounter can practically be guaranteed. We're live on EA TV. The floodlights are shining down on the players here in Amsterdam at the Johan Cruyff Arena. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and alongside me is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. How do you see the match going, Stuart?
Well, we've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere and some very good players. Let's hope we're not
And the starting 11 for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. And here's the early challenge of an illegal nature, and the referee can't ignore it. Josip Schutalo. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Taylor. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Well, that'll be a free kick. Out of play then. Ajax throw coming up. The cross was very much on, but not the end result they were hoping for. Eldor Shomurodov. Well, Ajax have it back now. And the upshot of that is offside.
Well, he needed to look elsewhere because the flag was always going to go up.
Eldor Shomurodov. Ajax in a position of menace. Takes it on. Terrific save. Brian Cristante. They've given it away. And goes for goal! Well, the goalkeeper is thankful that it wasn't a better effort than it actually was. Brian Cristante. A bit wasteful in possession from Roma. It is a decent-looking attack here, but nothing comes of it. And room to roam on the wing for Ajax. Cross could be useful.
A goal! On the back of sustained pressure. Now they deservedly hold the advantage.
Mancini. And now with Angelino. And there to intervene. Shomurodov is with Paredes. Could be dangerous. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. Ajax being afforded too much space here. Oh, he saved it well. Mancini. Really a very poor ball. He just needs to stay level-headed there. Couldn't quite hang on. And in at the second time of asking. Just what was required. Dogby. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Angelino. Guadio Kone is with Paredes. And the shot. It's come off the keeper. Well, able to survive that attacking push.
Well, credit to the goalkeeper because that was a terrific save just to keep their two-goal lead here.
There to win it back. And teammates around him. He'll have a go here. And what a magical save it was. back with Ajax here. And playing it through. Fancies it. And he's done well to tip it over the bar. Over it comes. Well, no let-up, plenty of pressure. Ajax pushing forward with options available. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Paredes. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Oh, great attacking play. Well, danger averted thanks to his teammate. The first half here. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. And it wasn't taxing for the keeper. Berghuis. Attacking possibilities for Ajax. Shot from long range. Oh, the post denied him. Well, it looked so promising, but a goal kicked the outcome.
Well, the woodwork has just denied them a 3-goal lead here, but you just can't see them throwing this one away, can you?
Well, having been denied by the woodwork, well, the focus is on keeping the opposition at bay, and coolly done in the end. Ajax couldn't keep the ball. And space here on the flank. Well, fine reading of the situation. That's a good-looking pass. Oh, a goal! And that wasn't part of the plan. An own goal it is, and no wonder his head is slumped. Josip Schutalo. Klaassen. It's with Berghuis. Henderson. And into the last 30 minutes now. Outrageously skillful. Berghuis. Oh, good strike! Brian Cristante. And the snuffing out of the cross there. Not a good pass. Dovbik. Will it happen for them? Oh, maybe the equaliser. An alert piece of defending. Untidy little passage in midfield there. They're making considerable progress with the ball. Well, a last-ditch challenge, but there's always an element of risk about it, and we wonder what the referee is going to do next. And a substitution in the offing.
Ryan Christophe. In plaats daarvan komt nummer 25, Nelson.
Not the worst free kick in the world, but the goalkeeper equal to it. Roma struggling to keep hold of it. Great effort to keep that one in play. Nice looking pass. And very deftly cut out. Eldor Shomurodov. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. And passing it through. And fine goalkeeping. And denied by the post. Well, it looked as though it might be problematic for the keeper and the defenders, but they've got away with it.
Well, he eventually clutches the ball, but they've got lucky here. That really looked like being a goal, didn't it?
They are making headway, but really they need a goal with time not on their side.
Well, Ajax, I think, deserve to be in front. They need to see this through, though. But what backing they're getting from these fans. The atmosphere is electric.
Eldor Shomurodov. That's a good-looking ball. Ajax doing well to regain possession. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? Well, not great on the accuracy front. Goal kick here. Kenneth Taylor. Berghuis. Wonderfully weighted pass. And a shot from some way out. Oh, the crossbar is still reverberating. And there it is, a penalty given and a chance perhaps for them to finish this off. And this could really make certain. The keeper going in the right direction and saving it. If they can score again from this corner, it probably would be the end of the story. I'll tell you what, that is really top-class defending. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? Well, a pass like that has got to be spot on, and in the end it wasn't. Well, the stoppage time situation, 1 minute here. Well, it clearly was deflected, so it will be their throw-in. Could play it in. And there it is, the final whistle. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Hello and a warm welcome to this wonderful venue on the outskirts of Amsterdam, the Johan Cruyff Arena. I'm Derek Ray, ready to bring you match commentary, and alongside me is Stuart Robson. And we're fully convinced this game will live up to its billing. It's Ajax versus Manchester United.
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players, players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And rather than use a strike partnership,
Derek, they must finish here. Oh, Derek, can he finish this?
Really clever pressing. This looks interesting. Klaassen. Oh, great attacking play. High pressing and good high pressing. It's a fine United move in the making. Well, let's see about the cross. Well, that was never likely to trouble the keeper. Henderson. Brian Brobby. Klaassen. That's a super ball over the top. Well, that's the sign of a well-organised defence. Oh, moving it nicely. They could nudge in front. Will it be? And a goal! Now they've broken through. 1-0 here. And he does produce the yellow card.
Yeah, and it certainly deserved a yellow. It's a poor challenge, you have to say.
Nusayr Mazraoui. Maguire. Mazraoui with it. Harry Maguire now. De Ligt. Prelude. Henderson. Ajax regaining possession here. Dangerous looking attack. Well, he's been ruled offside. De Ligt. Now De Ligt. Manuel Ugarte. Maguire. Oh, he'll take it on. Oh, that is a goal from long range. He won't soon forget. Absolutely right out of the top drawer. Josip Schutalo. Henderson has it. Well, he overdid that pass, and he knows it. Well, clear what they were trying, playing it from one flank to another. Didn't quite work out. Good pass. Manchester United recovering possession well. Christian Eriksen now. Teammates available. Klaassen. Surely. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. And you need your defender to take charge. Well, that's splendid play.
Very effective pass. Can he get them in front? Splendid defending. Prelude. Advantage, Manchester United. Well, trying to let them continue, but now he's gone back and awarded the free kick. Well, he's got past his man. Just can't get it past him. Now in a more than decent position. Well, hit on the volley. Terrific strike.
Well, it's a very difficult technique, but I actually think he should be scoring there.
Steven Berghuis. That's a good ball. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. And a chance to whip it in here. And so it is that... So back underway here into the second half. Christian Eriksen now. Klaassen has it. Josip Schutalo. Klaassen. This could be troublesome. A strong hand on the ball. A chance to nudge in front. Corner kick here. They take it short. And a goal it is to put them in front again. No less than they deserve. He's going to have a go here. Well, punched away by the keeper. Corner to Ajax as they try to press home their advantage. Crossed the byline, a goal kick as a result. Committed challenge. Josip Schutalo. Henderson. Berghuis. And Ajax with the ball once more. Moving it forward. That's a good-looking shot. Well, the keeper is happy the bar was there. And a simple clearance, a good one.
Well, United are still only one down, but I'm not sure how. That was so close, wasn't it? They need a reaction now.
A let-off, no doubt. Let's see what they can do with the ball themselves now. And tossed in there. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. Brian Brobby.
Well, United are getting closer to levelling the game here. They're certainly making chances, but that was a terrific stop to keep them at bay.
Well, pushing again for a goal, looking full of purpose. Nice weight on the pass. And it's a double for him in this game. No way for the opposition to contain him. And no wonder he's off celebrating. And a tidy ball. Ugarte. Maguire. Ugarte. Mazraoui. Christian Eriksen now. Clean challenge. Easy meet for the goalkeeper. Well, he's going to be disappointed with that pass. Berghuis. Emphasis on the clearance, a good one. 20 minutes remaining.
Take it away. Oh, this looks useful. A poor cross, all things considered. United couldn't keep it. Trying to open up the defence. Full credit, wonderful stop. Prelude. Has a go. Oh, he saved it well. Steven Berghuis. And that's going to be an Ajax throw-in. Not the pass he had in mind. Just 10 minutes remaining here. Nice looking pass. Lacking a distinct sense of rhythm at the moment. And the cross not quite imaginative enough. Now maybe room here for the counter-attack. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Henderson. Steven Berghuis. That's a good pass. Can he finish? And denied by the keeper. Impressive. Not to be advised giving the ball away there.
I would like to say the keeper's kept them in this game, but I can't see them getting back into this one.
And keeping the ball out of their own net can lift confidence throughout the side. Cross could be useful. Well, the header needed to be a lot better than that. Didn't really make the keeper work. And the free kick awarded to Manchester United. Well, there is going to be stoppage time, but only the 1 minute. Skipping away. The referee blows for full time. It ends at a victory for the home team. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. My name is Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board to provide all the analysis is Stuart Robson. And we're fully convinced this game will live up to its billing. Stuart, how do you see this one going?
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. Oh, could be. Oh, a challenge that simply had to be won. And the starting 11 for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And in this tactical setup they have...
Oh, they're in here, Derek.
Still a chance. It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation. Berghuis. An effective challenge. He continues his run. Takes it on. And a goal! Not wasting much time today. They strike first. Taylor. Klaassen has it. It's with Berghuis. Kenneth Taylor. Steven Berghuis. Henderson has it. Berghuis. Showing a real will to win the ball. Berghuis. And they stopped them in their tracks. What can Ajax do from this position? Chiquinho. El Kadi. Determined defending. Throw in here for Ajax. Now plays with a positional sense that is second to none. And tidily played. Good looking cross. Well, nothing he could really do based on the cross. Kenneth Taylor. Unable to keep the ball. Chiquinho. And in possession, Chiquinho. Good movement. Robbie. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Oh, good strike! And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Let's see about the delivery. Has to clear his lines. Great defending. And danger averted. Well read. Scope to attack here for Ajax. And let's give credit to the defending. This looks more than decent. Real chance. And it's in! All square again. What a match this is turning out to be. Chiquinho. Martins. Ortega. Well, this is what you call passing with confidence. Well, the attacking options appear plentiful. The delivery. Well, it looked so promising, but a goal kicked the outcome. That's a good ball. That's a good-looking shot. Oh, from miles out, he's done it. How about that for a pure strike? Terrific technique. Wondrous. Chutalo. Well, half-time coming up shortly and the home side on top. Stuart, interested to get your critique.
Well, it's been a lively first half, hasn't it? Both sides have looked dangerous, but I think they do have a bit more guile in the top third of the pitch, and that's been key to them leading at the moment.
Really good ball there. Well, he saw the situation developing. Steven Berghuis. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. And that's going to be the goalkeeper's ball. On the back. Into the second half then. Can Ajax battle back after that first 45? That's a good-looking ball. And great work to confuse the defender. He's in here. Not the best clearance. And a goal, the equaliser. Superb entertainment. And back to Jolakis. Ortega on the ball. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Really showing off his wide range of passing skills. Ortega. El Kabi. Well, a good tackle. Now, who can he play it to? And unable to keep the ball. This is looking threatening. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Berghuis. Ortega. Ayoub El Kabi. And Ajax come away with it. Berghuis. Ambitious effort. And no way to sugarcoat that one, Stuart.
Well, sometimes it's worth having a shot from distance, but he never really set himself to hit that cleanly.
Beautiful pass. Oh, good strike. And firing it towards goal on the volley. Could have gone in.
Well, that's a big chance. Yes, it's on the volley, but I think he should score there.
Klaassen. And possession lost there. From long range. Well, it takes confidence to try your luck from that sort of distance.
Well, I have to say, that was a really good effort. He struck it so cleanly.
Taylor. Regained possession. Ajax pushing forward with options available. Well, that's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Ortega. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
Good tackle. .20 to go. Can they trouble the opposition this time? Well, they couldn't keep hold of it. And they will be awarded a free kick for that. He'll have a go here. Decent technique, but the goalkeeper did his job.
Well, you can't take your eyes off this one, because there you have it. Plenty of chances for both teams in what has been a really good game so far.
Now the task is to remain focused.
And a goal! That's his brace. They just can't keep him quiet.
Great ball over the top. David Carmo. Well, a bit of an unforced error, and it's going to be a throw. Chiquinho. Good weight on that pass. Minutes left for play. Johnson Martins. How can they find a late leveller? Oh, he's gone for goal! Terrific save! Well, this late corner could represent their last chance to equalise. Shutalo. Maybe room here for the counter-attack.
And he's broken free. And there is the goal to make it a hat-trick. Excellence in finishing, there for all to see.
Out of play for what will be an Ajax throw. Played with just a bit too much ferocity, and it's going to be a throw-in. Oh, great vision. Nice weight on the pass. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. Shutalo. Jordan Henderson has lost possession. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. And so the final whistle here. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm Derek Ray at the microphone, and joining me for match commentary is Stuart Robson. And if this game lives up to its billing, we're in for a riveting occasion. How do you see it panning out, Stuart?
Well, we've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere and some very good players. Let's hope we're not disappointed.
And here's the Roma starting 11. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Evan Ndika in central defence. Brian Cristante starts alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And the story in attack is one of a strike partnership. And the starting 11 for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. And he's in an offside position. Kenneth Taylor. Klaassen. Determined defending. He has teammates around him. Opportunity here. And a goal! Not wasting much time today. They strike first. Chutalo. Kenneth Taylor. Berghuis. He read the situation defensively and did his job. And just losing control of the ball, and it will be a throw-in. Artem Dovbyk. A tremendous block. Went in strongly to win the ball. This looks interesting. And the snuffing out of the cross there. So following the deflection, a corner kick. Crossing into the middle. Comes to nothing in the end. Has eyes for goal. Oh, tremendous goal! Technical excellence to finish that one off. Wonderful to have that in your repertoire. And Ajax recovering possession. Klaassen. Ajax losing possession. Chutalo. Kenneth Taylor. Good tackle. Nice weight on the pass. Well, a shot from miles out. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. Brian Cristante. The ball back with Ajax now. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Do they mean business on this occasion? Electing to cross into the centre. Threat over for now, it seems. Giving it a try. Well, the keeper wanted to take it cleanly and did. High pressing at its best. Oh, that's an interesting pass. And the ruling is offside here. Angelino. Fine work from Ajax to win it back. Well, advantage with them. Referee says play on. Klaassen. He'll have a go here. And he's kept it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. Trying his luck. And the keeper there to deal with it. Another corner conceded. What can they do with this one? firing it in. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Counter-attacking, very much an option. Well, it petered out. Henderson. Well, attacking possibilities, but they took care of the situation defensively. Ajax doing well to regain possession. Brian Brobby. Opportunity it is. And the keeper nowhere to be found. Not that he's complaining. So Ajax just one behind now. And you really sense the momentum maybe with them. Paredes. Guadio Kone. And Mancini on the ball. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in their future? Well, not the end result he had in mind.
Well, we know he can hit them from that sort of range, but that was a poor effort in the end.
And the keeper reacting just as we would have expected. And we will have just one additional minute. Angelino. And a decent delivery. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. And then... Well, underway once more. And it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in this second half. And passing it through. He's in position. Brian Cristante. Kone. Well, lovely work to get past his man. I think I spoke too soon. Good recovery to win it back. And a long way out. Well, they're doing their best to get on level terms here.
Well, it's a decent effort, but they're still trailing. They need something special here.
Guadio Kone. Eldor Shomurodov. Can he convert? And what a magical save it was! And held by the keeper at the second time of asking.
Well, he's just pulled off a great first save there. Now they can all calm down.
Robbie. And possibilities here. It's a fierce effort. And a really powerful effort, but just over the top. Kone. Shomurodov. And scope for them to produce something exciting. Just couldn't get it through.
Well, as you can see, Roma have controlled the possession in the last 15 minutes and have been threatening with it. Surely it's only a matter of time before they get another.
Now can they win back possession and carve out another chance for themselves? Well, plenty of power, but just too much height on it. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Yeah, he's done OK in that first half. He's had a lot of the ball, he's used it well, and he's been energetic. But unfortunately, that can't be said about the rest of the team, who need to improve if they're going to turn this around.
Well, we're into the final half hour. Dovbik. Excellent passing. Well, I think a classic commentator's curse just then. Couldn't make the ideal pass. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Brian Brobby. Oh, that's an interesting pass. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
Paredes. An effective challenge. Able to skip past his man. Oh, a tremendous block. So Ajax trailing and looking for inspiration from this corner.
Can he find the net? Nicely blocked.
And very deftly cut out. Kenneth Taylor. Ajax looking dangerous. Dovbik. Rather congested in the middle of the park.
Just needs to steady himself. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say.
Good pressure high up the pitch. Just 15 minutes remaining.
What a block!
Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch.
Oh, from miles out, he's done it! How about that for a pure strike? Terrific technique! Wondrous!
Henderson. Going well. Not really the high percentage option to try your luck from there.
Well, his teammates aren't particularly happy. He was never going to score from there.
It is to be a throw-in. Dangerous looking attack. Well, no way through. Artem Dovbik. And the ball back with Roma now. Feeding it through.
And there it is! That will put the seal on victory if there were any lingering doubts.
Oh, he's given the ball away. Might be able to get in behind the defence. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And there it is, the final whistle. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action.
And welcome everyone to England's Northwest. The action soon to get underway here at Old Trafford. I'm your match commentator Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfield player Stuart Robson. And with the atmosphere really building up nicely, we should be in for a terrific contest. It's Manchester United up against Ajax.
Well, as is always the case, both teams will look to control the centre of the pitch. Whichever can do that will dominate possession and probably the game. This is going to be key, I think, today.
Attacking possibilities for Ajax. And he's in an offside position. And here's the lineup for Manchester United. Andre Onana is the goalkeeper. Matthijs de Ligt plays with Noussair Mazraoui in the fullback positions. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. And he takes it on! Denied by the bar. Back in play here. Well, the keeper's not complaining. He has custody of the ball.
Well, he can smile now. He was beaten by the initial effort, but did well to cling on at the second attempt.
Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And the idea is to have just the one strike. Great opportunity! Oh, commanding goalkeeping. Trying to deliver it accurately. Well, still an issue here. To give them the advantage. Can he put it away? In it goes! That will do nicely for starters. First goal of the game. Christian Eriksen now. Mazraoui with it. Ugarte. Christian Eriksen now. Well read to ease the pressure. Well, that pass needed to be a lot more precise. Trying to switch the play, but overcooked. And a disappointing throw. Can he convert? Really good piece of goalkeeping there.
Well, United should be level now, but that was a fantastic stop from the keeper. He's just kept his team in front here.
Yes, end-to-end stuff, but now they're forced to track back. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Shoutalo. Robbie. And threading it through. Tenacious tackling. Excellent defending there. Lost possession. Christian Eriksen now. United might be able to cash in, but a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Well, foul play, says the referee. And tremendous individual skill. Can't miss, surely. And a good take under duress there. Out of play then. Ajax throw coming up. Oh, could be an opportunity here. And he took care of it defensively. Now in a more than decent position. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. Josip Shoutalo. Ajax in a position of menace. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Good use of advantage in United's favour. Well, trying to let them continue, but now he's gone back and awarded the free kick. And the challenge halts them in their tracks.
And a throw in here for United. Given away by Ajax. So nearing the half-time interval, and United facing a deficit as things stand. Stuart, how would you sum up the performance in the first half?
Well, it's been a tight first half so far, but they haven't quite shown enough guile in the attacking third. If, however, they can be more dynamic in the 1v1 situations, they have the quality to turn this around.
And based on that challenge, you wouldn't be at all surprised if the referee reaches for his pocket. Oh, a glorious save by the keeper. And nothing wrong with that free kick either. Corner kick for United. Can they take advantage of the situation? Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. And using his body to good effect. Ajax, ball lost. Well, credit to him for the challenge, and the throw-in conceded. Oh, that's splendid play. And caught with ease, no real threat from the cross. Given away by Ajax. This attack looks highly promising. And a decent delivery. And there goes the... Well, it's advantage Ajax after the first 45, but plenty of time for a few twists and turns before this one is over. Schutalo. Taylor. Klassen has it. Henderson. Josip Schutalo. Kenneth Taylor. Schutalo. That's a go. And that's a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. And taking care of the situation. Trying his luck from long range. Incisive pass. And a goal to increase their advantage to 2 overall. That little bit of a cushion. Now it's all about keeping the concentration. Bruno Fernandes has it. Manuel Ugarte. Mazraoui. Ugarte. Bruno Fernandes has it. Fernandes. Mazraoui here. Oh, they have it again. Josip Schutalo. Kenneth Taylor. And he takes it on. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. Fired over by Henderson. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. And the referee felt he had to blow the whistle.
Well, Ajax have been dominant, as those stats will tell you. They really have played well so far.
And would you know it, another potential opening developing here. The importance of that tackle cannot be overstated. Nice looking pass. And into the last 30 minutes now. Bruno Fernandes has it. Takes the shot. Oh, goodness me, off the post. Well, nothing comes of it.
Well, they just can't get back into this game. The woodwork on that occasion just denying them.
Yes, in possession again, and maybe another opportunity developing here. Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. Can he find the right pass? Oh, dealt with by the goalkeeper. Who can he pick out? Could still be dangerous. And defensive resilience there. In a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here. That's a good ball. It's there for him. And into the clutches of the goalkeeper. And the right place to cut out the pass. 20 minutes to go. A chopping challenge, and the referee has got to have a big think about it. Oh, good vision. Did well to clear it away. Well read to ease the pressure. He's in behind. A goal! Just what they needed. Still plenty of life in this match. So continuing with the action, United still behind, but this game very much a contest. Klassen. Given away by Ajax.
Well, with the support of these fans, United are throwing everything at this now.
It did look on for them, but not to be. Klassen. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Well, with the minutes ticking away, Manchester United know they've got to up their game here, Stuart.
Well, if they want to get something from this game, they need to start getting the ball into the box that little bit quicker and get players attacking the ball. Otherwise, this game will just slip away from them.
And as a defender, you really have to concentrate to the maximum to bar the door, as he did then. Manchester United know they've got to get on the front foot with time, the enemy. And the keeper making sure there were no scraps for them to feed on. Kenneth Taylor. Henderson has it. Delivered into the box. Well, when you attempt a bicycle kick, you've got to get it spot on, Stuart.
Well, he just makes the wrong contact, doesn't he? The intent was right, but the end product is way off target.
Klassen. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. It might be on for them. And the keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. Another goal from this corner would in all likelihood secure victory. And so there it is, the final whistle, and Manchester United